Howdy, hey, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I realize I have people from all over the world, which is always really cool to me. I don't feel like wasting time. Let's jump right in. I've also been thinking about my order of operations here. I think. Like I said, I think after I get all this stuff, I'm gonna, rather than hunt for Master Alchemy gear in further dungeons after this, that's, to be clear, it's technically upgrades, and they wouldn't be totally insignificant ones. Like, my poisons would start doing a lot more damage, and that would be helpful for sure. But rather than continue hunting at this point, I think I'm going to go back to level grinding briefly. Once we're finished with this Oblivion gate and everything we can get out of it, so just, be aware. And if it takes me, if we do this for 3 or 4 hours and I still haven't found anything I want, I'm thinking I might switch games in the evening. I kind of want to play something spooky. And we'll kind of play it by ear. The Oblivion order of operations. The one thing that's kind of non-negotiable for me is I'm going to have my Daedric Gauntlets when I leave this gate. Greaves of Canyon Striding. Fortify Acrobatics. And then after this gate, I'm going to level grind up to 22. And then there's another cave on the island here. It's a bandit cave, Zonot Cave. I can manipulate the RNG on that boss chest to get my Magebane Greaves. Once I'm at level 22. That will put me at 100% Spell Absorption, which is going to be awesome. Then I think I'm going to level grind to 25. Gauntlets of Survival. Resist Frost. Yawn. But, yeah, at that point, I'm kind of hopeful I can do all this tonight, but it depends so much on how the RNG goes, But I think in an ideal world, we'll be able to get all the way to level 25, get our Escutcheon of Coral, and functionally have all of our endgame gear. Anyway, hi. Happy Saturday. Just picking up right where I left off. The other option, I don't think it's worth it, but it's kind of on my mind. I could do some heavy armor grinding with skeletons. Summon skeletons after we do this gate. The potential advantage is that would spare me the need to burn a couple of levels on strength when I'd rather use them on speed or agility. But I don't think it matters that much. It'll be way easier to raise the armor skills when I'm just completely immune to physical damage. Yeah, so I think that's the plan. Like I worked out with the math last night. At levels 24 and 25, I'll need to raise strength in order to be able to carry everything. That's alright. I can do that. Ebony Warhammer. Hey, Rory. I saw you were streaming Fallout earlier. How was that? Elven Gauntlets. They're not Daedric. Damn shame. There's so many different dice rolls that all have to line up exactly. I gotta get the right base item roll, I gotta get the right item quality roll, I gotta get the right enchantment quality roll, then I gotta get the right enchantment roll. Oh hey, that's exciting. Are you doing the entire base game before you do any of the expansions? That makes a lot of sense. The base game is easier than all the expansions. I think the difficulty curve very much has in mind base game first, and then is in a pretty good, pretty detectable, I'd say, intended order to do the expansions in terms of how hard they are. Any particular perks you're still waiting on to finish out the build? Pretty good weapon rolls. It's just too bad max difficulty makes good weapons useless. Glass gauntlets. Ah! So close. There was one 50-50 roll that I needed to go the other way. I needed heavy instead of light. That's interesting. I would... Well, let me back up. Have you played the game and the expansions before? Because I would say that, generally speaking, the expansions, you know, they're of varied quality, but I find the expansions, and particularly the stories the expansions tell, I think they're a lot more interesting than the base game. Honest Hearts is kind of the exception to that. Although I love the environments in Honest Hearts. I think Zion National Park is gorgeous. But, no. It's fun. It's fun to stream Dead Money and Old World Blues. Lonesome Road's not that great, but Dead Money and Old World Blues, Spectacular fun times. I particularly like Dead Money because, you know, it uses your base character and your base skills, but in so many ways, it's such a self-contained experience. And it can be genuinely hard. Like, even if you have a largely finished build, like, Dead Money has some surprises. I loved that expansion. I loved Old World Blues for very different reasons. I thought Big Mountain, or the Big Empty, I thought it was a really interesting place to explore, and of course, the Think Tank. The Think Tank are just hilarious. But well, Dead Money was basically Obsidian's way of saying, "Ha, we'll show all those people who say melee builds are pointless." Yeah, well, and I like when expansions have genuinely good rewards, too. It's like, you know, I can think of a few things, but the, even Honest Hearts, my go-to example of my least favorite expansion, which I still genuinely like most of. Like, if you want to play a light-armored character and use the light-armored perks, like, Joshua Graham's armor is far and away the best thing you can get. Old World Blues has Christine's COS sniper rifle, which is an amazing gun, and the superheated Saturnite fist, which is, I think if you perk out correctly the superheated Saturnite fist, like if you take all the unarmed perks and if you have Pyromaniac, I think it's the single most damaging weapon in the entire game, which is a lot of fun. My playthrough on my last YouTube channel, and I streamed a lot of it, especially the second half of it, but that playthrough was built around optimizing for the superheated Saturnite fist in the end. Hiya, Wallace! Oh, I pray to RNGesus every day. Before my head comes off the pillow. Welcome in. Nice to have you. Yeah, truth be told, I'm getting a little bored. If it doesn't, I've probably only got an hour or two of this in me if I don't progress. I think I'll, Daedric Battle Axe. Well, damn. If I don't find what I'm looking for in a couple of hours and get some good actual progress in, I'm thinking of switching games later tonight. But it's only 4 o'clock, and I just ate. What you might call dinner. You know, when you don't eat lunch, but you don't really manage to feed yourself until 3 or 4 p.m. So you eat big and it kind of covers both meals. That's what I've got going on. Yes, I'm specifically looking for Daedric Gauntlets. It's not so much the gauntlets themselves, but it's the I mean, it is. I want the armor rating that comes with that. It's mostly an aesthetic choice, to be fair. But I've used 3 of my 4 sigil stones. The last one, that 15, when I find my gauntlets, is going to put me at 80 points of spell absorption. Then I need to grind 2 levels. I need to get to level 22. And then find another boss chest to run to find a set of Magebane Greaves, which are become available at level 22, and have a 20-point Spell Absorption enchantment, which will put me at 100. Immune to magic. It's an interesting design choice to gate your very best loot behind RNG in a single-player RPG. I mean, I realize there are tons and tons and tons of games that do it, but I'm not convinced it's the best way to do things. I kind of like a game like Skyrim, where the best gear in the game is top-tier crafted gear that you can have a definitive, real sense of progressing toward over the course of a playthrough. Yeah, I don't mean that so much as like a knock on Oblivion. I do like amongst Elder Scrolls players who are fans of all 3 games and started on Morrowind, I'm a much more vocal defender of Skyrim than is common, I think. But it's more, I'm more just musing in general. Why do so many single-player RPGs just gate all the best stuff behind RNG? For me, it kind of undermines the sense that I'm building towards something, because I'm just rolling dice until I get lucky enough. Yeah, I guess I don't it. I'm not sure it's actually more work. I mean, maybe it is, but like the you know, you can even take something like I don't really like it being gated behind mini games either, but anything that can give you a definite sense of a goal to work toward and feel like you are making progress toward, like, what, you know, for whatever reason, I just thought of Final Fantasy VII, the original, not the remake. I was like, well, what's the most powerful thing in the game? It's the Knights of the Round Summon materia. How do you get it? You have to get a gold chocobo. You have to do the entire chocobo breeding, chocobo racing minigame until you get to a gold chocobo, and you can get to that little island that's otherwise completely inaccessible and get the materia. Now, I don't particularly care for either of the minigames. I don't really enjoy chocobo breeding or chocobo racing in that game. I think it's kind of dumb. But, that said, there's still a definite sense of progress. Like, you've set out to get the Knights of the Round materia. There's the sequence of steps you have to accomplish, the goal you're working toward that you can measure progress toward. Same thing in Skyrim. Do I like grinding out the enchanting, smithing, and alchemy skill trees? Not particularly. It's not super engaging. I don't love it. It's not fun. But I can measure my progress toward the gear I want to have. I know where I am on the journey to get it. And I can feel like I'm moving towards it, which means I never feel like I've wasted time, which is really nice. Whereas, you know, the 90% of games, 90+% of games, Oblivion included, where the best loot is just gated on behind a dice roll on a loot table. It's like, it's real easy to literally waste 5 hours just because you don't get lucky. There's no sense of progress in this. I'm not moving the ball down the field with every single one of these attempts. I'm just rolling the dice again and again and again and again and again until the thing I'm looking for shows up. I guess maybe it does feel a little bit like lazy design. It's not super engaging and I don't love it. You know, put the best item behind some ultra challenging optional boss. Right? Something like that. You know, ever since I finally got around to playing Dark Souls, I just can't sing its praises enough. Once you know your way around Lordran, you pick the weapon you want, and you go get it. And you start upgrading it. It's a very satisfying sense of progress. And the best stuff is in no way gated behind RNG. Aurora, you would love Dark Souls. This is coming from me, so you know it's true. Like, your mechanics junkie brain will absolutely have a ball with that game. The original one wasn't very good, but the remastered one is fine. Play with a controller. It's definitely designed to be played with a controller. The mouse and keyboard experience is not good, but the PC version, it's good. It's fine. It's a game that's best unspoiled. The temptation to do research will be high. I did research, I admit that, and in hindsight I regret it. It would have been a little frustrating at first, trying to learn the mechanics through gameplay, but I think it would have been a better experience. That's what I'd recommend. The only other thing I'll say is, you know, so much of the conversation about Dark Souls revolves around difficulty, and it's kind of dumb. Dark Souls isn't that hard. Ah, helmet! Close. Close, but not what I want. Dark Souls just demands that you play with care. If you're patient and careful, it isn't that hard, and it's a really, really rewarding experience. Tried putting a back cushion on my chair, and I think it actually is helping. I feel better sitting here today. Orcish helmet, Daedric arrows. Just cough up the gauntlets already. Come on, meow. Well, it's kind of that. It's kind of Dark Souls' ethos, right? It's the. I think Miyazaki himself, the director on Dark Souls 1 and 3, said that the ethos is death as education. Ah, another crash. Huzzah. Cheers. Well, we've been going half an hour. No progress. I'm sticking with what I said at the beginning. If I hit 2 hours and we haven't progressed at all, I'm going to switch games and play something spooky. So we'll see how we do. Haha. Snowblind Gauntlets. Well, it's an interesting conversation about Dark Souls, Wallace, because I mean, Dark Souls is... I finally played it last year. Like, it took me that long. It was already 10 years old when I finally played it. Getting on 11. And it is easily in my top 10 games of all time now, having finally gotten around to it after all that time. And I resent the fact that so much of the discourse revolves around the difficulty. Because, you know, Miyazaki says he doesn't even try to make... It's not his goal to make the game hard. That's not the point, like so many people seem to think it is. And frankly, it's what I disliked about Dark Souls 2. It's the dark horse of the series. It's the one where he wasn't involved. Dark Souls 2, the way that it is designed, Dark Souls 2 feels like being hard is the point. It just continually finds new and inventive ways to fuck with you, and it's overtly fucking with you. And that's the design ethos in that game, and I really didn't like it. But, Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, don't make no mistake, they're hard. Like, if you try to rush those games, if you're not paying attention, you will die over and over and over and over again. But if you do pay attention, if you're careful and attentive and intentional while playing, they aren't that hard. And they're instead these incredible experiences in atmospheric storytelling and artistic environmental design. The world design in Dark Souls 1 is maybe the best I've ever seen in any game. Lordran is just so beautifully and satisfyingly designed and put together. Anyway, yeah. I cannot recommend Dark Souls 1 enough. It's awesome. Excuse me. I still haven't played 3. It's on the list. Yeah, I would do the remastered over the Prepare to Die. They actually... You know, I don't know if you saw in all the gaming press last year, From Software's online servers got hacked, and so they shut down all of the online components of all their games for a while until they could fix the security issues. And so they started bringing them back for, you know, the newer games first. So first they had to fix it for Elden Ring, and then just a little bit ago they brought Dark Souls Remastered and Dark Souls 3 back online, and at that point, they officially discontinued support for the original Prepare to Die PC port. Because there were too few people still playing it. It wasn't worth the incredible expense it would take to shore up those servers. And I'll be honest, like, it's a mostly single-player game, but what online features there are add a lot to the experience. So I would highly recommend having the online features enabled, which means you gotta play the Dark Souls Remastered. Hang on, sorry, I just spilled my drink. Gotta get my paper towels. Well, that was exciting. Oh no. What happened? Oh, something funky's going on. Hang on. Well, Oblivion froze, so there's that. Anyway, to answer the question that was asked, I think Diablo is not quite the only hack and slash game I have significant time in. I have also played some Torchlight, but generally speaking, if what you mean by an ARPG is a Diablo-style hack and slash, that's the only one I've got really significant time and surface area with. Okay, well, then at least I can say that they have expressed intent to bring Remastered back online. They're no longer supporting Prepare to Die. So, very good, Rory. I promise you're going to love that game. Daedric Mace. Well, hot damn. That is my plan for my endgame weapon, such as it is. But it's so irrelevant on max difficulty. It's pretty much just going to be a cosmetic item. Like, I'll put it this way, like, I am farming for my armors because they're important. I'm happy to clear 200 dungeons in the pursuit of a Daedric Mace in the end. Because having one isn't going to make clearing dungeons any easier. It's just going to be cosmetic. But I want my gauntlets. Yeah, Wallace, I only, I didn't play Torchlight 2. But David Brevik had enough street cred with me that I played some Torchlight 1, and I did enjoy it. Hey, Zenith, welcome in. Please check the tags. I'm not interested in backseating. And besides, I don't even think that's true. Because the loot in this place is randomly generated every time. You're welcome to hang around if you want. Just don't backseat, please. Yes, Wallace, I did play some D2R. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was awesome. I mean, it was hard not to be. It was literally Diablo 2. With much better modernized graphics. And it's pretty hard to go wrong with Diablo 2, because that game kicks ass. Now, I was reflecting last night, like, there's, middle school. Like, for me, that was the 1998 to 2000 window. Like, middle school was this perfect. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was in most of the ways that actually matter. I was miserable in middle school, but I have a lot of fond memories of gaming in middle school because I was at that perfect slice of my academic career where, I mean, I didn't have to try in middle school to get good grades, so that didn't matter. Too young to have a job or anything like that, so I just got to play games all the fucking time. And those were some really great years to have all the time to play games. Like, Diablo 2 was out, Half-Life was out, Thief was out, Deus Ex came out. Like, I just played all those games so much at release. Now, I still love, as an adult, like, obviously I still love video games. I'm here, aren't I? And, I know how to socialize. And I have friends and healthy relationships. But I also have adult responsibilities. I have to work. And that sucks. What a shame. I feel like you're quoting JC Denton at me. What a shame. Maybe you should try getting a job. Yeah, no, I'm unaware of anywhere in the United States that lets 12 through 14-year-olds work. The absolute youngest you could get a job in the town I grew up in was 15. And the jobs you could get were really limited. Like from ages 15 through... At age 15, there were places that would hire you to bag groceries. That was it. Oh, I know. I was talking while I was streaming last night, like, it happens a lot with some of the items I've seen as I keep re-rolling, too, like, this game in particular is a pretty major offender of giving things these, like, epic, badass names that end up being really underwhelming. Like, I forget what piece of equipment it was, let's say it was boots. I found something that was like, Boots of the Warmonger. And I was like, oh shit, that sounds amazing. And it was like, Fortify Fatigue, 35 points was the enchantment. Are you kidding me? And then, you know, it goes the other way too. Like, if you look at the stuff I found, admittedly, Ring of the Iron Fist is a badass name for a badass item. It's like, Ring of Vitality. That is an underwhelming name for an incredibly good item. Now, the Ring of Vitality means I don't have to worry about Spider Daedra, which are otherwise one of the most dangerous, irritating enemies in the game. Try and paralyze me. See what happens. Nothing, that's what. Fuck you and your spiderlings. Okay, awesome. Always a pleasure to have you in chat. Less of a pleasure to have you lurking, but still happy to have you. Thanks for being around, Rory. Yeah, but the city guards don't have any particularly irritating resistances, immunities, or side abilities. I mean, they run your ass down, they beat you, but that's all they do. They can be paralyzed, for example. They have no poison resistance. They aren't able to paralyze you. Like, Spider Daedra are so dangerous, and granted, I'm playing on max difficulty, which makes everything dangerous, but the Spider Daedra are so dangerous. Number one, because they're immune to being paralyzed, which is the absolute best, you know, hold still while I layer spells on you effect there is. Spider Daedra are immune to paralysis, and they summon those fucking spiderlings who only exist to sprint at you and try to paralyze you. Removing paralysis from my list of things I'm worried about was a major level up in terms of power. I don't have to worry about getting vamped either. I'm immune to disease. The nice thing about this game is it has a way to become a vampire without having to contract the disease. They put that in Skyrim too, in the Dawnguard expansion, but I like that you can have your boy Vicente turn you into a vampire without having to mess with the mechanics of the disease if you want to. You know, I am cautiously excited for Starfield. I'm very intrigued by the simple idea that Bethesda is coming up with a brand new IP, because the last time they did that, believe it or not, the last time Bethesda created an IP, it was the Elder Scrolls, and that was fucking genius. You know, you can debate which individual iterations of the game and franchise you like best, but the Elder Scrolls IP is incredible. That was the last time they made an IP. So, yeah, the people who came up with Elder Scrolls releasing a new IP that's, not so distant future sci-fi is really exciting to me. But my excitement is tempered, of course, everyone's is, by the last two actual games they made. Fallout 4 was the first real step back for me. Like, Morrowind is still my favorite Elder Scrolls, but that's mostly because of the writing. Like, in my mind, in terms of, like, mechanics and game design, their games just got better and better and better from Morrowind forward. Like, from Morrowind to Oblivion to Fallout 3 to Skyrim, that stayed true. And then I thought Fallout 4 was a bit of a step back from Skyrim. And then, of course, there was 76. So I'm waiting until release to... Like, I never pre-order anything anymore. But the... So I'm waiting for release to really be on the Starfield hype train. But what I've seen looks cool. And the idea of Bethesda creating a sci-fi IP is very exciting to me. Alright. Need a second. Alright, guys, I am going to take a little break. I need to have a chat with Sharon. I'm going to give her a call. 20 minutes, maybe. Maybe less. I'll be back. Oh, Rivy. You stay here. I'm going to go call Mommy. good, girl. Alright, let's grab a drink. Let's get back to work. Alright, here we are. Thank you for your patience. Wow. I literally just left you all staring at an empty chair for almost an hour. Like 55 minutes, that call ended up being. And I gained viewers. Amazing. What does that say about me, I wonder? I appreciate y'all's patience. Hi, Akaris. Hi, Martin. Hi, Rory. We're back. Let's go. I'm sure you've all just been enjoying the Oblivion battle music while I've been gone. Mr. Chair had a TED talk about the importance of lumbar support. Yeah, well, it's just funny that I never put two and two together, because, you know, Sharon and I, in the master bedroom upstairs, we have, we would play, you know, the PS5 is up there now, the PS4 was up there before, and we watch movies and whatnot up there too. And we were always complaining about our backs hurting when we sat up in bed to play games or watch shows. So I went and bought two of these things to put up against the headboard when we're up there, you know, in the bed, in bed, but doing something we need to sit up for instead of lying down sleeping. And so it's just, oh, fucking duh. Of course, I can just use one of those in my office chair. Hi, Lone Wonder. Been lurking while I was gone, I presume. Nice to see you. As always. Alright, here we go. Torchlight. Looks like y'all are having a chat about Hideo Kojima's proclivity for long fucking cutscenes, am I right? I never finished Metal Gear Solid 4. I sat through 30 minutes of opening cutscene and gave up. I never even got to the game. Which is a damn shame, because I loved Metal Gear Solid. You know, Metal Gear Solid 1, like, let's be clear, it had some long cutscenes, like, Sniper Wolf's death comes to mind. But it was good. It was so good. And then he just got more and more ridiculously self-indulgent as time went on, and forgot that he was making video games and not movies. Spiked shield. 8% damage reflect. That ain't gonna cut it. I need 35. And there's no way to find that until I hit level 25. And that's okay. I'll be level 25 eventually. And then we'll go get the escutcheon of coral. And we'll be immune to physical damage. And it'll be time to grind the armor skills and block at that point. Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I soured on Kojima early. Like, along with a lot of other people, I was sour on Metal Gear Solid 2. And it wasn't just because of the ride and bait and switch. Like, a lot of people complain about Metal Gear Solid 2 for that reason. Like, oh, I wanted to play as Solid Snake, and it was Raiden instead, and that was dumb. Like, I don't care. Raiden was interesting. The story was interesting. But it was already starting. Like, There was a very, very, very mechanically solid game core in there, but it was just buried under so much cutscene. So much cutscene. Like, even more than the most indulgent JRPGs I've ever played cutscenes. I believe you about the gameplay of 4. But I mean, I wanted to play. I so desperately wanted to play. I was in law school, right? I keenly remember it. Like, I had half an hour of game time on my PS3 before I had to go to class. So I was all excited. I grabbed Metal Gear Solid 4. I popped it in the PS3. And I was going to play for 30 minutes, and then I had to go to class. And then 30 minutes later, I was still in the fucking opening cutscene, and I had to turn it off and go to class. And I literally never got back to it. I was like, nope, fuck that. I went back to playing, and to be fair, I forget the exact year each game came out, but when I was in law school, like, the games I remember playing during law school are Deus Ex Human Revolution, came out the summer after my first year. Skyrim came out during my second year. And Fallout New Vegas came out during my first year. So those, Diablo 3 came out my third year. Daedric Shield, ooh. So, like, my law school gaming headspace kind of revolves around those 4 games. I'm getting some really good rolls. Daedric this, Daedric that, Daedric this, Daedric that, Daedric everything but fucking gauntlets! I think at this point I've seen every Daedric item. Except, no. Not. I was about to say, the only other one I haven't seen is a Warhammer, and boom, there it is. Now, I've seen every Daedric item except a gauntlet. I was in the middle of that fucking sentence. Boom. There it was. I've seen a dagger. I've seen a short sword. I've seen a long sword. I've seen a claymore. I've seen a war axe. I've seen a battle axe. I've seen a mace. Now I've seen a warhammer. I've seen a bow. I've seen a shield. I've seen boots and greaves and a helmet and a cuirass. I've seen everything except gauntlets. The game knows. It'll happen. The rings and necklace I already have are actually, odds-wise, a lot harder to find than the armor I'm still looking for. That was the month you graduated? Half-Life 2 came out during my sophomore year of undergrad. I remember it really well. 2004. I remember the room I lived in where I played that game for the first time. I managed to play it on my 2004 undergrad college laptop, which was not built for gaming. I did not have an optimal Source Engine graphics experience on my first playthrough of Half-Life 2, I can tell you that. Hell of a good game, though. Oh, yeah, Doom 3 was good. I don't think Doom 3 gets enough love. That was a good game. I mean, Doom 4, the reboot, 2016, whatever you want to call it, was better. So everybody kind of forgot about Doom 3 in the middle there, but Doom 3 was good. Doom 3 was a horror shooter. And, you know, the horror elements ended up not being that well executed. Like, the first hour or so of Doom 3 was genuinely scary, and then it became too predictable. And so it got... Doom 3 is a game that had some neat ideas, but wore out its welcome and lasted too long without having any new tricks up its sleeve. But I like that it went explicit. I like that it went hard for being scary. Even if the results were mixed at best. Oh, I've raved about Fear. I love that game. I really love Fear. I think not enough people today are aware of how important that game was. Like, it was a really effective horror game. It was a really fun shooter. And so much modern gaming AI is built on the systems they created for Fear. Like, the thing I love most about Fear isn't even any of the well-done horror shooter mechanics. It's the, what do they call it? GOPE? Is that the acronym? GOPE? Something like that? But, like, Fear is to this day the only game I've ever played where cranking up the difficulty settings doesn't change any numbers. Like, the enemies don't take more damage, they don't do more damage to you. You turn up the difficulty in Fear, the only thing that happens is the enemies get smarter. But they get smarter, and it makes the game fucking hard sometimes. Like, it was an incredibly mind-blowing experience. It was the first time I'd seen anything approaching that level of AI in video games. I think I'm not entirely sure when it played out, when it came out. I know that I bought Fear on 5 or 6 CDs, however many it came on, at a Costco, of all places. It was my junior year of undergrad. It was late 2005. It was fall of 2005. My junior year of undergrad. My roommates and I were on a Costco run, just stocking up our apartment with food and what have you. And, as I always do, in any store, in any department store, I took a detour to the electronics section, and they had this game called Fear out there. I was like, oh, looks interesting. Give that a try at Costco prices. And it was fucking brilliant. And what's funny is, as much as I loved Fear, I still love Fear. That love is not past tense. As much as I love the first Fear, I have still never played any of the expansions or sequels. None of them. It's this unsullied gem of a game in my mind. I never played any of the follow-ups. Which I hear are mixed. I've heard that some of them are good and some of them are pretty bad. But I don't know. I haven't played them. Wow! Martin, those are euros well spent. What a trio of games to pick up not knowing anything. Neverwinter Nights doesn't get enough love, I don't think. I like that game a lot. I don't know. Feel free to provide counter examples if you like, chat. I have never played a co-op game that didn't lose all of its scariness by virtue of being co-op. Co-op games can be fun. Like, I think playing Resident Evil 5 with an actual human co-op partner, I think that's super fun. But whether it's RE5, RE6, Dead Space 3, I've never been able to be scared in a co-op game. I just think so much of effective horror revolves around isolation. Co-op definitionally removes isolation from the experience. That makes it very hard to be scared. Well, I haven't ever actually played Dead Space 3, but from what I hear, it suffers from the same, I'll call it action creep, that Resident Evil 6, which I did play, didn't finish, but I did play it, hated it. It's like, Resident Evil 6 is the only Resident Evil game that I haven't finished. Because it just wasn't fun to me. But, you know, Dead Space, the original Dead Space was this masterfully crafted, claustrophobic, terrifying survival horror experience. Like, I find the first Dead Space genuinely scary in places. Then Dead Space 2 kind of started moving away from that. It went for more spectacle, it went for bigger action set pieces, went for more characters, all that kind of stuff, and it wasn't as scary. And I hear Dead Space 3 did the same thing. Call it action elements creep, or action creep, whatever you want to call it. Seems to happen to a lot of horror series. And it's happening again to Resident Evil. Like, I still really liked Resident Evil 8, but 7 is probably my favorite in the series. It's hard between... Like, my top 3 are 7, the 1 remake, and the 2 remake. And I say this as someone who genuinely loves Resident Evil 4. But I don't know. Call me old-fashioned. I want my horror games to be scary. I don't think that's asking for too much. And I don't think it's controversial to say 7 is the scariest Resident Evil game. And for me, that makes it probably the best Resident Evil game. Yeah, I don't know. I'm having trouble mustering up a lot of hype for the Dead Space remake, just because it feels so unnecessary to me. Like, the original Dead Space still holds up so well. Like, what are they going to change? I might agree with you, Rory. I mean, best is such a subjective term. I prefer scariest, just because that's shocker. That's generally my metric for how good a horror game is how scared I actually am. But I think I've told you all this. That my entire first run of Resident Evil 7, I played it in PlayStation VR on my PS4, and I think the most afraid I have been in my entire life was playing Resident Evil 7 in VR. Like, it was genuinely terrifying the entire time. Yeah, like, because, you know, people had made plays at VR before that, but I think the use case for VR in a horror game is so obvious, and the tech was good enough that my brain got fooled a lot. Like, you know, in the very beginning of Resident Evil 7, when you're in the guest house and Ethan goes in the water in the basement and it's up to his neck? Like, on my very first run, I remember this so clearly. When I got there, and, you know, there was the visual and the sound, like, my brain was so fooled by what was going on in the headset that I got cold from the neck down, even though I obviously wasn't actually standing in water. Like, that was a really, really cool experience. And just the extra levels of sensory feedback that help to immerse you in the Baker Mansion in Resident Evil 7 VR. Like, it's a trip. I highly recommend it, but it is super scary. I tell you the remake I'm excited about. And this game absolutely needed a remake. I am really excited for the System Shock remake coming out this year, finally. Helmet of the Mind. Intelligence, willpower, and luck. 8 points each. Yawn. Yeah, I was sad to hear the KOTOR remake is in trouble. You know, the best way to describe playing System Shock doesn't come from me. It was Yahtzee, Ben Croshaw, the guy who does Zero Punctuation. He talked about trying to play the original System Shock, and he described it as attempting to pilot an Apache helicopter with your head shoved inside a Commodore 64. And I think that's pretty accurate to the experience of playing OG System Shock. Oh, oops. Forgot to actually go to the other cell. Ha! Yeah, that's a game that so desperately needs a remake because, I mean, System Shock 1 was bursting at the seams with amazing ideas that they just did not have the tech to really pull off. What's Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. It took me a minute to cipher that acronym. That's a game that's on my list. I've never actually played it, Rory, but it gets mentioned on a lot of lists of games that include a lot of games I do really love. It's in very, very, very early development. But I don't know if you guys saw in my Discord, but Eidos Montreal, free from the yoke of Square Enix, has begun development on a new Deus Ex game. I can't tell you how thrilling it is to think about another Deus Ex free of the Squeenix yoke. I mean, number one, I can't fucking believe that Human Revolution was 11 years ago. Human Revolution is new in my brain. But actually, Human Revolution is now closer to the original Deus Ex than it is to now. Which blows my mind, but it's true. Mankind Divided, I still recommend it, right? Like, Mankind Divided still managed to be a good game in spite of a whole lot of Square Enix fuckery. But what they did to it was a fucking travesty. They had a finished game. Eidos Montreal had a finished, complete sequel. Square Enix made them go back, chop off half of it so they could turn it into a trilogy and add microtransactions. And then when people didn't like it and it didn't sell very well, they canceled the third entry. But even in spite of all that, this is my favorite thing about it, actually. Prague, where, you know, more or less all of Mankind Divided takes place. The Prague in Deus Ex Mankind Divided is maybe the single best quote-unquote city hub I've ever seen in any video game I've ever played. It is so dense, so packed with shit to explore and do, so fully realized. Like, if the ethos of an immersive sim is like this big world and all of these interacting systems that you get to just go and mess around in, Prague in Mankind Divided is one of the very, very best executions of that I have ever seen. In spite of all the Square Enix fuckery, I highly recommend that game. Yeah, I mean, Eidos Montreal is a great developer. Thank God they don't work for Square Enix anymore. And, you know, we just won't talk about Thief 4. That one wasn't Square Enix's fault. You wish you could say that it was, but it wasn't. The only saving grace for the Deus Ex series is that it was a completely different team than ever worked on the Deus Ex games. Alright, guys. So at the start of this... Now, granted, we've only actually been doing about 1 hour of runs, because I was on the phone for nearly an hour. But let's circle back to a topic we were on before I left to take that phone call. I'm getting a little bored of making these runs. I don't want to just keep doing this for hours on end if I don't make any progress. So let's talk about games we might switch to if we're still stuck in this purgatory an hour from now. How would I go about fixing Thief 4? Don't scrap the amazing world they built in the original trilogy. That's number one. Like, they took a trilogy worth of some of the best world building I've ever seen and they just threw it in the trash. Make it an immersive sim again. Instead of... You know, let me say some things about Thief 4. Except for the places in the levels where it's bugged and it's fucked enough that you actually can't stealth it, and there are significantly more of those places than there should be. But let's leave those aside. For most of the experience, Thief 4 is a reasonably competent stealth game. It's not the stealth mechanics that I didn't like. It's that they, ironically, I know, but they stripped out so many of the other mechanics. They stripped out so much of the freedom you had in the first 3 games. Like, I actually think it has to do, and, you know, they did this for the visuals, which means they had fucked priorities. But and I admit, you know, the animations in Thief 4 look incredible. Like, let's give credit where it's due. The animations in that game look fantastic. And you can tell that's the thing they decided to prioritize. Because they look great. But making every single... motion capping every single animation meant that they had to completely destroy the immersive sim ethos the first 3 games had. The first 3 games were built on systems. And you could manipulate those systems in unexpected ways to accomplish your goals, just like any immersive sim. Thief 4 doesn't let you do that. Thief 4 does not let you do anything that the devs did not explicitly think of as one of the possible solutions to the problems they presented you with. And, I mean, the writing is shite. The writing is Curse of Anu's Blessing. Fortify health 25 points. And the writing is just fucking awful. It's so bad. It loses so much. Like, they threw the original world in the trash. You know, the fact that it's actually technically a hundreds of years later sequel and there are little tiny Easter eggs to the originals notwithstanding, like, they bend all of the lore. They took a city and people that, you know, it's hard to precisely quantify it, because it still felt like, you know, a grimy city with savage inequalities in the first 3 games. They kept that in the reboot, but they scrapped so much of what made it unique. Like, they got rid of the interplay between the Hammers and the Pagans. They got rid of the little quirks in the way people talk to each other, you know? They got rid of Taffer and the Trickster, and everyone just says fuck instead. Like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you take such a cool world that Looking Glass created and just trash it? Focus. Yeah, see, I didn't actually mind the focus. I thought that was okay. Now, granted, I never used it as kind of a self-imposed challenge. The focus didn't bother me. I thought that was a cool way. That was a cool sort of modern mechanic to maybe make some of the stealth sections a little easier, give you a sense of progression because Garrett could upgrade it. Like, I was okay with that. I didn't love it, but that wasn't one of the, at least, and you know, your mileage may vary. For me, that was not one of the design decisions that made the game significantly worse. For me, the thing that fundamentally broke it for me was, number one, taking away all my freedom. Number two, ass riding, including both, like at every level, right? Like, there's no consistency in the storyline, first of all. Like, you play through the tutorial, and, you know, Garrett says he doesn't like killing people, and the whole core... Boom! There they are! Out of nowhere, we got it! Shaboomy! Alright, we're quick saving. We're going back to the entrance. Alright. Hello, friends. How you doing? Here we go. Alright. I got you. Hi, buddy. Oh, I remember what I wanted to do. Sorry. I was on a Thief 4 rant, and then suddenly we have progress. Came out of nowhere! Alright, we're gonna actually clear this place. Why, thank you. Oh, he's still... My poison's still working on him. It's gonna be fine. Okay, that's good to know, actually. If I last long enough...
Ow!
Come on now. Sit down. Okay, good. There we go. I don't know why I picked up that heart. I don't need it. Okay, where were we? I think I was ranting about Thief 4, but, you know, suddenly something much more exciting happened. You'll have to let me catch my breath and figure out how to proceed. So anyway, to put a bow on that topic before we actually turn our attention back to Oblivion, thank goodness. The things that intractably ruined the Thief reboot for me were, number one, taking away all my freedom, making everything contextual so that I couldn't be creative in my problem solving. Number two, shitty writing at every level. The story sucked. You know, Garrett had no consistency. He flipped out on Aaron in the tutorial over killing people, and then the rest of the game you can kill every guard you want to with no consequence. Where our entire driving force of the plot is that he apparently cares about Aaron, but they never do enough work to make her anyone we would actually give a fuck about. She's just an annoying fucking teenager. And that's the writer's fault. Like, they didn't make us care about her. And the world building was just lame. They had such a great world to work from with the original trilogy, and they threw it all in the trash for no damn reason. Alright, here we go. Damn. There we go. 16 security. Well, hi, buddy. What you want? How about a Gloom Wraith? LOL, get fucked. We got an armor increase. Actually, it occurs to me I may have missed some repairable items down here with the first Dremora. Forgot to find his weapon. Yeah, there we go. Dremora longsword. Boom. Oh, alright. Congratulations, fellas. We've got all of the endgame gear we can possibly have at level 20. Alright, so now we've legit got here. The dice roll has gone the way I needed it to. Let's grab our last sigil stone. Another 15 points of spell absorption. It's going to raise our armor rating to 28. And our total spell absorption to 80. Alright, now, in theory, I feel like the game cheats us on this. I really do. But that's probably just confirmation bias. We are now going to absorb 4 of every 5 spells that are cast at us. Let's see how it goes. Come on. Try again. Try again, motherfucker. Yeah! That's what I thought. Bitch. Okay, this goes back out to Lust Keep. And here's this guy. This fucking guy. Here, fight my Gloomwraith. Shit. Alright. Damn, stagger. Fuck you, Clanfear. Damn. Come on, man, fight the Gloomwraith. Your refusal to switch gears and fight my Wraith is really harshing my mellow, dude. Damn. Come on now. Just engage the fucking Wraith, would you? I mean, goddamn. Why isn't my destruction chain working? That's what I can't figure out. I mean, it definitely isn't. I'm not sure why. Let me try summoning a Clanfear instead. Just something that'll get in there and fuck him up directly. There we go. That was tough. Was it tough? Tough sequence. There's his claymore. Get rid of that. Okay, there we go. Whew. Alright, now we can relax. I gotta avoid salts. Hiya, bud. What you doing? Right, this is the other door I could have gone through. Because I've been in here already. Okay. I've got my bearings again. Just took me a minute. It's all good. Here we go. Just keep making our way up the tower now. Okay, so we're going to finish this Oblivion gate. I think I am going to go for, depending on how many more boss chests I can actually find, I'm interested in trying to get at least one piece of Master Alchemy gear. Because I know... Oh, for fuck's sake. Damn. Alright. You know what? Get fucked. That'll keep him still. Base Ring of the Viper. No. If anything, they'll go down a little, because I unlock more stuff on the loot table. It's a good question, Martin, but no. I believe the chances for Master Alchemy gear are currently as high as they will be. Oops. Gloomwraith summon really isn't doing much for me. I'm gonna go back to Clan Fear. Thank you. Alright. There's his shield. I'll never find his sword. And you know what? That's okay. Retribution of Aggression. What the fuck that means. I'm here for it. Drop that shit. Okay, so the Sigil Keep is all that's left. The good news is, when we're in there, we will have multiple boss chests. I will be satisfied if one of them has a masterpiece of alchemy gear in it. You roll a random sigil keep every time too, did you know that? So sometimes we'll have, oh shit, it's a Zivali, first one. Sometimes it'll be like this, with just one. And we might also get one of the instances that has more. Wait, what the fuck? How did I drop back to level 61, save 61? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's interesting because the architecture of every sigil keep is identical, but what's in it, I think anyway. Maybe I'm wrong about this. I thought it could re-roll, but I got at least on this first run, I got the 2 Magicka fountains and a boss chest in a row. So anyway. Alright, we're back to RNG manipulation. I want 1 piece of master level alchemy gear. That shouldn't be too hard to find, he says. But no, it's in Martin, it's interesting you ask about the chances, because I've actually seen a few back when we were actually, well, no, I take that back, because we were already level 20. But they're on the loot table now, and if we were to raise our levels higher, there aren't very many expansions left. I actually think 22 is the level where it's either, there might be 2 more milestones. It's 1 or 2. But our chances are only going to go down if we keep leveling, because the loot table is going to get bigger. And they are on the current loot table. As wild as that is to think about. I'm also interested in getting another one of the 2 sigil stones I like. Because I might, like when I do Shivering Isles later on, an expert! Fuck you! You kidding me? You rolled an alchemy apparatus, but you dropped a fucking expert? God damn it. Anyway, I think I was in the middle of saying, I think when I play the expansion, I might switch from Daedric to Madness Armor. Same armor rating. I just think Madness Armor looks cooler. But if I do that, I'm going to want to, obviously, I'm going to want to re-enchant. So I may want to recollect the relevant sigil stones as I play through the base game and the main quest. I'm going to have to close more than 4 gates anyway. So I might as well cycle and get the useful sigil stones. So someday, I can have a nice enchanted set of Madness armor, too. This is it, Martin. 550 is the end total. We've got almost... To be clear, we now have almost all of the endgame gear. The only things we're missing... The only relevant pieces of gear we're missing at this point are my Magebane Greaves and the Escutcheon of Coral. That's it. So we've got, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 out of 9 pieces of endgame gear already. I already have my 2 Fortify Magicka items. I'm just talking about eventually swapping out Daedric armor for Madness armor for fashion reasons. Because I do think Madness armor looks cooler. And it really is a cosmetic choice, because if you have heavy and light armor mastered, then mechanically speaking, there is literally no difference between Daedric, Glass, Madness, or Amber armor. You can wear any of the 4, and your numbers will be the same. I like Daedric armor better than Glass armor. Glass armor looks really fucking silly in this game. But I think Madness armor is my favorite. But you can only get Madness armor in Shivering Isles. And I'm not gonna rush that or play it early. Boom! Master Retort! Here we go. Alright, there it is. Fuck your Expert Retort. Alright. And now, fuck you, Mr. Zivalai. Let's dance. He says, knowing full well this guy's gonna fucking wreck him. He's not immune to paralysis, though. He's not immune to paralysis, but he does have 50% spell absorption. That makes this tough. I may just paralyze him and let a clan fear tear him up. Sit down. Keep attacking him. What are you doing? Jesus, Clan Fear, you had one job. One job! It's alright. I ain't mad. We're good. Do I need to go kill the other guys? I guess I do. It's a bit of a yawn, but it's fine. Whoa, okay. So it's some spell they're casting that lets them, like, cut off the damage. Motherfucker damaged my strength? I don't think so. fuck you. God damn it. Just waiting for this fuckhead to die. Alright, there's number one. You're next. Is that everybody? I think it is. Beautiful. Yeah, no, we're gonna... That's what I was working my way up to. Like, I'm going to cycle the Sigil Stone until it's one of the two that I like. I wanted you to know why, so you didn't think I was being crazy. I think that's everybody. That's pretty good. Alright. Alright, fam. So next we are gonna cycle this Sigil Stone till it's something useful to me. And then we are briefly gonna be back to level grinding. Need to get to level 22. Level 22 will unlock our 8th piece of endgame gear out of 9. This is going to be exciting. Alright, here we go. Last little bit of praise be our in Jesus. Absorb and fortify fatigue. Huh. Alex, you're a man after my own heart. I love The Boys. What a great show. All right. Fortify Magicka or Spell Absorption. Either one will do. Oh, Rory, how far in are you? I've watched all 3 seasons of The Boys, and I absolutely love it. It's a spectacular show. Boom! Spell Absorption. Alright, we're out. Fuck this gate, we're done. You're saying I look like Charlie Vickers? I'll take that. That boy's handsome. Hey, our in Jesus giveth, and our in Jesus taketh away. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Ooh. All we need now is Greaves and a shield. Well, the Greaves enter the loot table at level 22. So, the next order of business is to get to level 22. Shocker, I know. Okay, I need to... I have a bit of a problem. Well, the problem is, I can't quite remember Well, athletics is about to go up again anyway. Let's go ahead and get that over with first. Just let athletics hit 53.
You seek my help?
I think all of my major skill ups have been in athletics. I don't think I have any mercantile right now. But I can't remember for sure.
My pleasure.
That's the issue.
What's going on with you?
It's not a huge deal.
I steered clear of them. Well, at least they're slow and not too bright. Their pinches are sharp.
Come on. Give me the damn athletics increase already. Hello, Soul Blazer. How are you? Alright, there it is. Let's see, is this stupid bar, is that 3 or 4? I think that's 4. Well, here, there's a simple way to do this. Well, I thought there was. Apparently not. I quit making my benchmark level saves, which was a big mistake. Okay, whatever. I think this is... I think it's at 4, and I think all 4 of them have been athletics. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to raise acrobatics 6 points, which will take it to 74, I believe. Yes. Bad legal advice. What's the best way to handle a noise problem with your upstairs neighbor? Well, a lesser attorney would simply tell you to call the superintendent, and failing that, call the police. Let me think. What you should actually do. Oh. Get back on the bookcase. What are you doing? No. Don't blame your prompt. It's a fine prompt. Hey! In unison, chat. Acrobatics is at 69. You know what you have to do. Nice. No, the fact is, by making all that noise upstairs, they have created such an aggravating nuisance that you have an ironclad defense to any kind of property damage. So what I would suggest you do is take your sledgehammer and just start bashing holes in the ceiling until they get the hint and leave you alone. Nice run. That is an amazing idea for a challenge run. Alright, so what I should do, though, just in case I'm wrong about the numbers, is I should make a hard save right here. How we doing? 70. Here, actually, let me look at that level 18 save right quick. I just want to see where acrobatics was, because I was level grinding here. Athletics was at 49, and Mercantile was at 52. So now, if I come back to level 20, Athletics is at 53, and Mercantile is at 53. So when did those two changes happen? That's the question. I don't know when those changes happened. That's my issue. I know. I've been that weird naked guy for so long. And now suddenly I'm in a full suit of Daedric armor, enchanted to the gills. Anything that touches me just fucking dies on the spot. Alright, well... I mean, we do what we do, right? $74 will be a good start. Then I think I can only do 6 ranks of restoration anyway. So... You know, Oblivion didn't do resistance caps, but, it did something I think is almost a little sillier. With the master, and I mentioned this last stream, but with the master level perks in each skill tree, there is literally no difference between light and heavy armor. Assuming you're at skill level 100 in both, a suit of Daedric armor and a suit of glass armor have the exact same armor rating and also weigh 0 pounds. There's this guy jumping on the furniture. No, I think the point of being on this bookcase is there's no height available to actually jump. So it looks like I'm doing just like really intense 1mm squats.
I'm not so sure about that Yugal Bennett. An Oblivion. And people said that a strange noise was coming from his house at all hours.
Strange noises, you say? How very odd. I haven't heard it myself. Go on.
Do you think what happened to Kvatch could have happened here?
72!
Anvil is all in an uproar. First the chapel attack, now the prophet ranting about the end of the world.
Alright, so what's left?
Without question.
What's left that matters for endgame? There are only 2 items. Magebane Greaves, which unlock at level 22, and the Escutcheon of Coral, which unlocks at level 25. A tier below that, and it's a significant gap in terms of how much it matters, are the remaining 3 pieces of Master Alchemy gear. They're important. I want them. I'll be doing some RNG manipulation to get those earlier rather than later. And then there's 2 weapons, which really don't matter. I would eventually like a Daedric Mace and a Daedric Bow. I'm not going to bother with RNG manipulation to get them, though. They have because on max difficulty, that's purely cosmetic. It's for the sake of saying I have the best weapons, even though it doesn't really matter. It's kind of like using dragon scale armor instead of elven armor in Skyrim. It's because you technically want to be... You want to have the technically highest possible armor rating, even though there's no material difference. Because elven armor hits the damage resistance cap just as well as dragon scale does. Alright, one more for now. Then we're gonna just kind of have to see where it goes.
Been to Fire and Steel recently? Rashid has some nice new swords. She's a friend of mine.
I've always been happy with weapons I've brought there.
Interesting.
Go, 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 guy.
No, they were taken by surprise. I'm sure the Legion has everything under control.
How many times can I press E? How many times can I press E? A lot more. I think I've mentioned this in previous streams too, but the way the XP curve for the skills works in this game, you're not actually halfway to 100 until like the early 80s. Okay. I'm going to pause there for now. It's possible we'll need more to get our 5 in speed. For the moment, I believe I'm at 4 out of 10. Which means I can do 6 restorations. I'll need 4 other willpowers, which is alteration. So let's start with my alteration trainer. I'll need 4 of these.
Oh, hello. The Grey Mare isn't a bad place to stay, especially if you're low on septums. Yes, I like the Grey Mare as well. Have you heard any word about the other provinces?
1.
I have heard that the great houses of Morrowind are in upheaval. Indoril is in ruins, and Redoran is besieged by the Nords of Skyrim. It seems that these are turbulent times in the land of the Dunmer. Good day.
2. 3. 4. Okay, now I should be able to switch to restoration. I just use heal minor wounds. Actually, why would I do that? I've got cheaper spells. No, nope, just kidding, I don't.
Feeling that you and I are about to become very close.
Have you seen Glistel and Melinda's angles together? Isn't it awful?
It is awful. An honor to be sure. What is Glistel thinking?
I've heard others say the same.
Heard any news from the other provinces?
Yeah, that's halfway. Okay, so now we'll go to Brazil and train the final 5 ranks. Did I say Brazil? Because I meant Breville. But in my defense, I think that's a pretty easy mistake to make. And this will be a good moment just to check on the... It won't be too hard to make sure I lock in this level correctly. That's what I'm trying to say. Because if it turns out I don't have enough speed, I can just go grind another acrobatics level or 2 right quick before I train the last one. Where you at, Mars? There she is.
Well met.
Boom.
Let's see if we can't teach you a thing.
1.
I'm willing to teach.
2.
You've got a lot.
3.
Knowledge is power.
4. Here we go.
Good. I am the... Knowledge is the key.
Okay.
Farewell.
No, no. What am I doing? I don't even need to leave. I can just go sleep here. I can sleep in any Mage's Guild. In my head, Coral is home base, but I can sleep in any Mage's Guild.
Have you heard about that ghost of the old man that looked...
Yeah, 4 speed. Okay. So I need a little bit more acrobatics, which is fine. I can do that. Pretty easily, in fact. It'd be nice if there was a spot here. I'm not sure there is. That's pretty good. It's not quite the same as exact height, though. Let's go see what else we can find.
You seem quite intriguing. Please, share your thoughts.
Fight well.
Although, ironically, for the whole Coral is home base thing, the,
Greetings to you.
that bookshelf in the
What's
Coral
going on
Mages
with
Guild
you?
is literally the perfect height.
I saw some mud crabs by the water recently.
Yeah, let's just go back there. And you know, we'll have to trial and error it a little bit, and that's okay. The jumps get so ridiculous when your acrobatics starts getting really high. It's I mean, it's fun, but look at that. Launch! Come on, dude. Get up there. Vampirism. Oh, man. Vampirism's fun in this game. I did Vampire my first playthrough too. I remember distinctly. I was really disappointed that it didn't have vampire clans like Morrowind did, but the vampire stats were a lot of fun. Yep. That's right, we will get it. I forget what the expert perk is, but after long, arduous hours of practicing jumping and controlling your falls, you have become an expert of acrobatics. Now it costs half as much fatigue to jump. Oh, how exciting. Alright, same deal. Let's make our save here. That'll be easier if we do need to continue training it. I'm gonna go visit my gal trainer. Over at the chapel. Where you at, Mars? There she is.
I hope I...
Oh, what? 9 a.m. isn't business hours? What are you doing?
I hope I get... Let's see if we can't... Take care.
Alright. I hope that was enough, but if not, no biggie. Willpower is locked in, which is nice.
Welcome. Please don't be shy. I'm listening.
Yeah, whatever, I'm napping. There it is, perfect. Just was only off by 1. You have ascended to level 21. The results of hard work and dedication always look like luck, but you know you've earned every ounce of your success. Alright, this one will be willpower, speed, luck. It'll still be that for 22 and 23. And 24 and 25, I need to swap out speed for strength. Here we go. Alright. What are we doing right now? We're grinding to level 22. That's it. Same deal.
If you wish to talk.
Back to Coral.
Hello.
Hello.
10 ranks of acrobatics. Straight up. 75 to 85. Here it comes.
Yes, honored guest.
Here we go. Get in there. Now I need to keep an eye on athletics as well, because it might get to 54 just from... You have to keep moving for acrobatics to raise properly. And that movement might just be enough to raise it a rank. I just have to watch for that. Super quick micro twerking. That's what we're doing. And it's moments like this where you realize this mechanic is really silly. It was not implemented well in Morrowind or Oblivion. I'm sorry, it just wasn't. You never have to do anything remotely this silly in Skyrim. 76. 9 to go. How's athletics? It's creeping up. Just have to keep an eye on it. Excitement abounds, am I right? $77. Delicious. Don't worry. This has already occurred to me. You remember what defeated my first playthrough, made me retool the whole thing? 5 times per level, period, Martin. So right now, Restoration is my target major. And so I will, for whatever level I'm on, I will train the final 5 ranks of Restoration to hit the level up. And then when it gets to the point where they're the only ones left, I will do the same thing for the upper levels of Athletics and Mercantile. Yeah, just like Skyrim, it's 5 times per level, period. $78. Oh wow, I just read Martin's pizza chat from earlier. You were gonna have good pizza. My man with the anchovies. Respect. There's 79. Oh, that reminds me, though. I thought my attributes got damaged. Yeah, my strength got damaged at some point. Something healed it, I guess. There you go, Lone Wonder, since you asked.
Good evening. Good to see you. I found some good pauldrons at the armor.
Pretty amazing.
Happy with the weapons I've bought
Yeah, if you saw that, there would be questions.
there. Well met.
What's going on with you?
I heard there were some goblins around here recently. Awful creatures.
Horrid beasts. I hate them.
Take care.
That would be 80. I do think Acrobat Athletics is going to ping 54. Which doesn't change much. Well, not quite water walking. You can hop the water like a rock skipping. It's kind of a silly perk, but they actually made use of it. Like, particularly in some of the Oblivion maps, there is a, like, there are places that they made, like islands that you can literally only get to if you have the Master Acrobatics perk, and you can hop across the lava. And there's pretty good treasure on them.
How are you? Do you believe any of you talk about more Oblivion gates opening all over the place? No doubt. Heard any news from the other provinces? Rumor has it the Nerve has left the ring on an expedition utterly, and has not been heard from since. Morrowind has always been trouble. It seems it is more so. Good day. Good day. there's anything I can do, I am humbly at your service.
What's going on with you?
There were some happenings around here recently.
There's 81. Athletics is creeping toward 54. My right middle finger is getting tired.
Bye. You too.
On second thought, let's not go to Cyrodiil. It is a silly place. Alright, one more level, and then we're going to go back to a dungeon. And back to RNG manipulation. Everyone's favorite. We're stronger now, though. We're up to 80 spell absorption. 4 out of 5 pieces of Daedric armor. And my armor rating is 28. That's at 4 out of 5 pieces. And heavy armor is only 52. Yeah, acrobatics is going to go up, so we will, or athletics is going to go up. So we'll take acrobatics to 84. 1 athletics. So we'll then do 1 alteration. And nine resto. I wish you guys could see the wrist action I have going on here down at the keyboard. I have to keep the W key pressed. I got my left middle finger on that job. I've got my right middle finger doing the E key to do the jumps. There's athletics. But I'm trying to get a nice roll going with my wrist to go as fast as possible. Alright, so yeah, 1 athletics. Boom. Easy. Alright. So we'll stop now we can stop acrobatics at 84. Switch gears. My left hand's not the problem. It's pretty easy to hold down a key. It's having to press E 8 million times that's the problem. Thanks for the thought, though. $83. 1 more. One more, and then, once again, we're done with this nonsense for a while. Praise the sun. Go, 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 go. Oof. Level ups are downright dangerous. The creature scaling is out of fucking control. Come on. Ah, 84. Alright. That part is over now. Let's raise alteration 1 point. Well, I mean, fair enough, Martin. 230 is pretty late. Ah. That is an interesting question. Let me see. No, I can't use the mouse for it. It's insisting on a keyboard key. Good thought, though. Right, there's that. And now, we're going to go for 9 ranks of restoration. So we're going to grind the first 4 and train the last 5 with heal minor wounds. Let's go. Macro keys. Maybe. I hate raising restoration. It sucks balls. It's so slow. It's so slow. 0.6 XP per cast. Compared to like 6 per for conjuration. Something crazy. I don't know, DLF, they're similar. Alright, there's one. 3 to go. Then we train the last 5, thank goodness. Oof, armor and Morrowind. That one's There are plenty of bad ones. Mercantile in Oblivion, Speech in Skyrim. Speech in Skyrim is a little better because it does at least factor in item value, but it still blows. Three to go. Nope. 2 to go. 2 to go. In grind mode. River. What is it? She's so good. I love that dog so much. River, do you want to greet your public? Nope, she's still lying on her bed. She just had to woof to let me know she was there. Make sure we all heard her. That's 3. One more. And we at least get to switch to training. She is like that. She loves people. She's a little skittish when she first meets you. She'll woof at you and stay away for a while, but if we tell her it's okay, she'll come and sniff your hand, then we have you give her a treat, and then she loves you forever. The nice thing about 100% spell absorption, when we get there, is refilling my magic becomes as easy as summoning something magic heavy like a lich, aggroing it, and just letting it attack me. Like, I can worry even less about magic potions, which are already not really a worry anyway. And we will hit 100% spell absorption next. That's what happens with the level 22 piece of gear. And level 25 gets us physical damage immunity, and then we're pretty set. Like, we'll grind all the skills and attributes for the sake of having them maxed, but it really won't matter too much once we have all our gear. Alright, there we go. Let us go train the final I was gonna say, I'm not entirely sure when I got hit, but it happened. Let's go train 5 ranks of restoration now. And then I'm going to take a little restroom break. Assuming we hit level 22 correctly with no complications. Because then it's time to go run another dungeon. And go after my Magebane Greaves. Well, DLF, I know a little bit about this. You can filter for remote on LinkedIn jobs, I know. But a lot of places are advertising jobs as remote when they're not really remote, and there's not really anything the platforms can do to screen that out. Like, employers are outright lying to the platforms because they know people are only applying to remote jobs. And there's not a lot the platforms can do about it. But it's very annoying.
I am the healer.
Here we go.
Knowledge is power.
1.
You've got a lot.
2.
Let's see if we can.
3.
You've got a
4. This is where I save just in case something is messed up.
A pleasure to
Although it
pay
shouldn't
attention,
be.
and you can learn a lot. Take care.
We should just have a nice clean 5-5-1. Willpower, speed, luck.
To what do we owe this pleasure?
Everyone loves me. I have closed a few Oblivion gates, which means my fame rating is going up. Butimus! You have ascended to level 22. The results of hard work and dedication always look like luck, but you know you've earned every ounce of your success. Willpower, speed, luck. Off we go.
Welcome. If you wish.
Alright, we're nearly to the top threshold for leveled loot and quest rewards.
You're in good company, friend. Welcome.
But as I have mentioned, almost ad nauseum at this point, level 22 has unlocked the Magebane Greaves, the 8th of 9 pieces of endgame gear. We're going to go after them. First, however, I need a restroom break, so I will be right back. Hello, River. Hello, River. Hi, good girl. What were you woofing at earlier? God, it hurts. Oof, oof, oof. Well, my back feels nice. Yeah, today's pain has nothing to do with back soreness. Has everything to do. Alright, River. I don't know why I left this on. Didn't need to. Fuck off work. Wait a second. Yoink. Here we go. Highly necessary. Alright. We are now heading to finish off our sweep of the City Isle. We are going to head to Zonot Cave, a bandit cave, over on the west part of the island. There is a boss chest in the back zone, which should be pretty easy to get to. So we'll head back here. This is the easiest place to go. Except these pricks are still alive. Hey, don't you fuck with my horse, you miserable sons of bitches. Light Iron Shield. Sure. Elven War Axe. Let's go ahead and put that back. Dwarven Short Sword. Put that back too. Didn't think about respawns, that's my bad. No, my horse is not essential. It has the good sense to run away if it's almost dead, but it's not essential, no. Unfortunately. Tell me it's a mud crab. Ah ha ha ha! Get ready. Chew on me all you want, you miserable son of a bitch. Come on. I welcome it. Alright, you should probably learn to hit me, though. You're just embarrassing yourself. LOL. You mad, bro? Root! If you think that was fun, just wait till it's 100% and we can do it to everything. Here's another kamikaze mud crab, donating to my heavy armor skill. Your contribution is appreciated. Come on, buddy. I have to say, this is probably my favorite method of killing mud crabs. Oh, Arvak in Dawnguard? I'm inclined to agree. Probably the best horse. And Dawnguard was a really good expansion. The Soul Cairn was such a freaky, genuinely unsettling zone. Hey, look, it's the waterfront. Could technically run over to my house if I wanted to. Sorry, I'm being pinged. Yeah, I don't think Skyrim's expansions get enough credit. I think Dawnguard and Dragonborn were both really, really good. Dragonborn had a lot of Morrowind fan service, but it worked for me. And more relevant than that, the segments in Apocrypha were outstanding. There wasn't a lot to Hearthfire, but they also, to their credit, they didn't charge much for Hearthfire, which was nice. Alright, here we are. Zonot Cave. This is a bandit cave. Don't need to RNG manipulate the first zone, it'll be fine. Somebody's after me though. Bold words for someone who can't even see me yet. Ah, she's above me. Oh, come here. Let's time this right.
Don't.
Oh, damn. It's an archer. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Hurry. Daedric War Axe. Well, shit. Oh, I was going to say I'll have to come back inside to do anything with any of it. Or to repair the stuff, I mean. Hey, that's okay. Let's do this. Let's take a potion. I want to go repair his other stuff, too. Am I?
Showing your face was the last mistake you'll ever make.
So do you say? Oh, come on now. Everyone's a fucking archer, I guess.
Won't you die?
Am I supposed to be impressed here? You move like a pregnant cow.
Too damn many. Are you gonna come all the way out here? Is that a thing that's gonna happen? Yeah, this gal's after me. Fuck her up, Clanfear. That's my boy. Where's her weapon? I'd like to repair it too. If I can find it. Damn. Yeah, it's off in the water somewhere. It doesn't really matter. We'll be alright. Alright. My archer problem is solved. This is good. Mace of Fire. Mithril Boots. Motherfucker. Don't worry, he did. Daedric Battle Axe, my god. In case you're wondering, this is the scaling starting to get silly. All these basic, stupid mook bandits are decked out in the highest level armors and weapons available. Every single one of them. It's pretty silly. But it's just how Oblivion rolls. Hi, I hate you. Stop running away. Get dead. Daedric Bow! Shit. That's eventual endgame, so I'm gonna hold on to it. I'm not gonna carry it with me. Well, shit, hold on. I'm gonna go stash it in my house right quick. I'm going to run outside to do precisely that. I'm not gonna carry it around with me. I'm not gonna raise strength early to have it, but it is what I want for my eventual endgame, so why the hell wouldn't I take the one the game just gave to me, right? That'd be silly. Yeah, just one real quick fast travel to the waterfront. Stash that Daedric Bow. Die already so I can take your stuff. Because I did already buy the house, I think. Nope, just kidding. It's still for sale. Never mind. I could buy the house, but I'm just going to stash the bow at the Mage's Guild in Coral for now. I do know where safe storage is. For some reason I thought I had, but clearly that was only in the first playthrough. There. Now when I'm ready to start doing marksman, I have a nice shiny Daedric bow waiting for me. If I find a in the event, no, safe, that's safe forever. Even if it's not, a Daedric bow is not hard to find. I just need to go fight some bandits. Because one of their dumb mook archers will have one. Okay, now this is where we need to play with the RNG. We are after one very specific item. It could take us a long time to roll it. I require the Magebane Greaves. Here we go. Alright, this is a pretty easy run. That's nice. No, no, no. First try. If only. Yeah, we've unlocked a new level of the loot table. So we should see some new enchantments on our way through.
Who's there?
Oof.
He was here a second ago.
That's the first time I've heard someone actually acknowledge me disappearing. Hey, Daedric Longsword. Don't care. Longsword of Storms. Nothing you need to worry your pretty little head over, Missy. Helmet of the Flood. Water breathing on self. Daedric helmet. Yeah, so already we're seeing like the next level of the loot table we've unlocked. We have not been able to have we were not previously able to have enchanted Daedric or for fuck's sake, sorry. Wrong button on the phone. We were not previously able to get enchants on Daedric or glass armor. Now we can. Oh look, another Daedric bow. What's freezing? Low level frost damage. So naturally, what we're after is a Spell Absorption enchantment, which only remains available on Greaves. Those are called the Magebane Greaves. It's a 20-point Spell Absorption enchantment, which will put us at 100. And I think we might be... I would need someone to double check, because I've only looked at the specific stuff I want. Stalwart Cuirass. But I think we might be rolling on the entire loot table now. I think that 25 just pings some leveled quest rewards. I think we have the entire random loot table at 22. I need to double check to be sure, but I think that's the case. See what I mean, though? Glass armor just looks silly in this game. That weird neon green it's got going on. It looked way better in Morrowind, and it looks way better in Skyrim. They really hit the ugly button on it in this game. They kinda did with Daedric, too. Like, Daedric's not as bad, but it's definitely not nearly as good as its Morrowind or Skyrim counterparts. Dragon's Bow. What an awesome name for a weak sauce fire damage enchantment. As with so many things about this game, though, it was totally redeemed in Shivering Isles. Madness armor looks fucking awesome. There's another war axe. Oh, sorry about that. Here we go. As we used to say on the Clegane Bowl subreddit, the work continues. Blade of Fiery Light. And the Daedric War Axe. Oh, so there is a tier at level 30. See, that's interesting. I thought 25 was it. And I thought that was just for quest items. I'm pretty I'm pretty sure we're rolling the entire loot table now at 22. But that probably requires more detailed research to break down exactly. The gold numbers are getting higher when there's gold in the chest. That's still happening as we level. Warhammer of Transmogrify. That's an enchanted Daedric Warhammer with a pretty strong Absorb Magicka enchant on it. It's kind of cool. Oh my god, phone, leave me alone. Fucking killing me. With the pings. Water walking, gold trimmed shoes, and 8 Daedric arrows. Oh man, you know what's gonna be great? When I don't have to do this shit anymore. When I have all the gear and this is done. This is actually, like, the last really important one. Like, I will probably RNG manipulate to get master level alchemy gear sooner rather than later. But that's it. Excuse me. Yawn. Daedric Warhammer. Who in their right mind would use two-handed weapons in this game when you could have the escutcheon of coral? Also, who in their right mind would ever use a shield that isn't the escutcheon of coral? Where are you? Snowblind Shield, Daedric Claymore, Warhammer of Absorption. Yawns all around, I'm afraid. Watch, it's gonna throw the light armor version at me 5 times before I get the heavy armor version. The glass armor version is, they're called the Greaves of Purity. Those are glass greaves with 20 points of spell absorption on them. Although, actually, you know what? I'm just thinking, I should grab some of this. I should go stash some of this glass armor, too. Because, what the fuck? Well, okay, that was clearly a glitch. What the fuck? What the fuck happened to all their stuff? That was weird. Because eventually I'm going to need to raise light armor. Just both for purposes of the skill and for the speed training. Wow, there's some weird shit happening. Okay, well I guess what I'll do is I'll Yeah, no, that's peak Oblivion. I was thinking I should stash some glass armor for when I have to train light armor later, but it all glitched into copies of their underlying normal pants. So I'll port out some of these people's glass armor so that I have it available when the time comes. It's not exactly hard to come by. All I have to do is go kill more bandits. But it will help. Beginning when I move from level 23 to level 24, I'm gonna switch speed for strength, because I will need the carry weight in order to be able to carry the escutcheon, among other things. I may go ahead and just stick with strength, because I'll be very close to maxing willpower. So I will probably swap willpower out for agility at that point. But the reason being, I'm going to run out of room to use acrobatics before speed is maxed. I'm going to have to do some light armor ranks to finish it off. And I'm not too keen on training any of the armor skills post-endurance grind until I'm level 25 and I have my escutcheon. And I can just hang out, let things wail on me. This is the last hyper difficult piece of loot to find. But it is hyper difficult. We were fabulously lucky to get that Ring of the Iron Fist last stream. Horse Lord's Curus. They have all these awesome names for these super lame enchantments. Bow of Quietus. Silence for 25 seconds. Now see that? That's a pretty cool name for a pretty good enchantment. You don't see that too often. Okay, now that this is locked in, this sounds like a good time to go ahead and confirm this. Inquisitor's Helmet. Detect life, 105 feet. So with in two sessions, that would be December 18th and December 26th. Myself and Meerkat, who you may know from kind of the circle of Twitch channels we all participate in, Kirky and Tiff, or Talara, are all going to be playing a D&D one-shot on stream, DM'd by Eurotwin. So that's exciting. I think Tiff is going to stream it on her channel. I'll probably stream it on mine too. But Euro is going to DM a D&D one-shot for the four of us. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm pretty excited. Lion's Paw Gauntlets. Fortify hand-to-hand, 9 points. I don't know, Alex. I almost always roll a thief or a rogue. Maybe I'll do that again. Maybe I'll try something else, for variety's sake. But the December 18th session is gonna be rolling our characters, character creation and all that, and the 26th we're actually gonna play a one shot, so should be fun. Mace of Putrefaction. It's a Daedric mace with one hell of a disintegrate armor enchant on it. Pretty good if we were not on max difficulty and weapons mattered. There's another bow. Yawn. Yeah, you can see we've those two levels bumped us into a new level of the loot table. We're seeing all the highest level enchantments that can only spawn on Daedric and Glass gear now. Greaves of Movement. Why only resist paralysis 25% when he can resist it 100% and also resist disease 100% and also resist poison 100%? That's what I say. The Ring of Vitality is just such a stupid good item. Bow of the Glacier. That's a pretty weak sauce frost damage enchantment for a name like Bow of the Glacier. Hang on a second, I have a text to answer. Yawn. Oh, yum. I'm starting to get where I could eat again. Either eat or go to bed. Short Sword of the Inferno! Delicious. Ah, all right. Ooh. Repositioning. For less leg stiffness.
Who's there?
Come on now. There we go. We're texting about my father's retirement party. Alright, good night, Rory. Always a pleasure to have you drop by. Have a nice night. Oh no! Oh no! I read the word bed. I read the word bed and it hit me like a ton of fucking bricks. I'm so old. I mean, let's be clear. My general schedule is I go to bed at 9 and I wake up at 5. It is now 8:30. What do you want from me, Karis? I'm old. Oh. Hey, fuck you. I'm not 40 yet. Don't you put that evil on me.
Whatever it was, it's gone now.
What's that? If you want, it's all fight you'll get.
The Blaze. That's your 20-pointer. Let me send a message to Sharon before I forget. Sorry guys, I just need to send a few texts right quick. Actually, I should put that on the calendar as well. Here we go. And then, one more step. The one Sharon is actually invited to. I need to get to the... You know what's dumb? At least I have not figured out how to invite other people to Google Calendar events through the phone. Which is kind of dumb. Why isn't it showing up on my calendar? Because I only put it on my... That would be why. No, it's here. It's right here on the Google Calendar. There we go. I wish to add people. Come on. Okay, very good. All done. And thank you for your patience. I remember when I genuinely thought this game had mind-bogglingly good graphics. I remember when I thought that about Morrowind. Aging's a funny thing. At least this one has a really easy run-up. Uh-oh. 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 Come on, game. Ain't gonna happen. Call it a crash. That's pretty much what it is. Game locked on me. Didn't crash itself this time, not completely anyway, but... I was saying, though, unlike a few of the last ones we've done, this one has a blessedly short run back, which is nice. It's really nice. Oof.
It's a fight you'll get.
Annealed Curus. Fortify health, 30 points. We're definitely spotting some of the decent high-level enchantments. This is none of the ones that actually matter to me. I say that like there are multiples. There's one. There's only one enchantment I'm currently after. Spell Absorption on a pair of Daedric Greaves. Battle Axe of Storms. Daedric Battle Axe. Oh no. Again? Again? Jesus Christ, Marie. I'm not going to wait as long this time. I know it when I see it. Jesus Christ, Marie. Game is getting silly. As if the army of bandits all kitted out in glass armor and Daedric weapons wasn't silly enough. I mean, we're there. This is what people talk about. Silly Oblivion level scaling. We made it. We're here. It's happening. Dagger of Winter. Oh, excuse me. I'm getting bored. I'm getting bored and sleepy. This does not bode well. Oh, don't fucking do it again! Jesus Christ! I wonder if this is the game's way of gently telling me to stop. If you subtract the phone call, I've almost been playing for 4 hours. That is a respectable chunk of time. The fact that I used to stream for 12 hours at a time, notwithstanding. It does seem to work better if I just if I wait until all the visuals actually fade in before I press any buttons. That seems to stop that particular lock from happening. It's hard to be that patient, though. Oh man, I'm thinking about my dad's retirement party. The last time one of those doctors had a retirement party at the Rio Grande, which is where we have scheduled my dad's retirement party. It was a night. I won't be drinking this time around, but everybody else probably still will. It's gonna be a night. Boy howdy. My strongest memory of the last time, it's funny, one of my dad's best friends, one of his former partners, retired a few years ago. Dad threw his retirement party at the Rio. Now that it's Dad's turn to retire, this gentleman is throwing Dad's retirement party. So there's a nice bookend symmetry of these doctors throwing retirement parties for each other. So at the last one, the one my dad threw for this other doc, the strongest memory I have of that entire night was my father, normally austere. At the time, he was 61 years old, I want to say. Somewhere around there. He just gave me a $100 bill and sent me to the bar and told me to bring back as many shots of Fireball as a $100 bill would buy. That's my memory of that night. Bow of Curses, what does that do? 40 damage magic of 40 points. I no longer drink, but I have zero reason to suspect that the atmosphere at this party is going to be any different than the last one was. I may end up driving a lot of folks home. We'll see. I watched more than one person vomit on a sidewalk that night. So let me back up and let me tell you a little bit about the Rio Grande, the venue that these doctors continue to choose for their soirees, for their shindigs, for their shenanigans, whatever word you want to use. The Rio Grande has their claim to fame. They're a chain of Mexican restaurants, the original of which is in my hometown of Fort Collins, Colorado. They have the best margaritas I've ever tasted. They keep the recipe a secret. My dad's... one of the missions of the last 3 decades of my father's life has been to reverse engineer the Rio margarita recipe. He's gotten pretty close. He's close. We're near. They taste similar. The Rio's is still a little better, but it is a lethal cocktail because it's got that savage combination that you're always trying to hit of a really strong drink that tastes really good. So the alcohol content of a Rio margarita is just a hair under 3 shots of tequila, but it's fucking delicious. So you can suck it down fast and easy. And it's a problem if somebody can get down 3 tequila shots fast and easy. You can already see how this builds. So if you're, say, just having an ordinary dinner at the Rio, they will not sell you more than 3 of their margaritas in a single night. There's a big sign on the wall. It's a neon margarita, and it says limit 3. This is a respectable limit, and one that everyone who goes to the Rio should obey. 9 tequila shots is enough for anybody. There's no limit at these parties where you rent out the upstairs room. It is an open bar of as many Rio margaritas as you want. You can see the problem. Well, shit. There's my desired endgame melee weapon. It's not what we're rolling for, though. Like I said, it's a cosmetic upgrade. Open bars are the end of a lot of people, Alex. Beware of weddings. You haven't been to... You've not been to any weddings yet? I think I may have been to some when I was a younger kid, but I just don't remember. The first wedding I really remember, I was 14. It was my cousin's wedding. They made me a groomsman. I actually didn't drink. I was too afraid of my parents, who were still at the same wedding. Yeah, people do insane shit when they get drunk enough. I think Sharon and I went to 3 different weddings this summer alone. To be fair, this year's. This year has a high concentration of all the people who delayed their weddings because of COVID. Bow of Gloom! Sharon's a great person to go to a wedding with. She's not a total non-drinker, but she doesn't get drunk. She keeps it classy. I appreciate that. Precisely the thing I did not used to do. To be fair, Tiffany always kept it pretty classy, too. It was mostly just me that drank too much. Well, you're still pretty young, Alex. I mean, you just finished undergrad. I only went to one wedding before undergrad. I don't think I went to another till I was like, what? I got married when I was 25, which in hindsight I think was too young. You're legally allowed to get married when you turn 18, but I'm pretty sure most people shouldn't do it until they're 30. Ha! That's not just a rumor, Alex. It's pretty true. Wow, it's almost 9 o'clock. Oh, that part of it is mostly a rumor, mostly a myth. It's mostly just a bunch of people who are at a party. There's a wedding really tones down the mistrust factor. It's like, you know, if you like a wedding a good wedding reception, you know, it'll have the same open bar, dancing, music, everything else as, say, going to a club or going to a bar will have. But there are a couple of differences. The first one is everyone is dressed in really nice formal clothes. So everyone looks better than they usually do. Add the alcohol, add the music, add the dancing, and finally, the other piece of it is you don't have the mistrust. You don't have any of the sketchiness, right? Because, like, even if you're drunk and dancing at a club, your brain still knows that anyone you meet there is like a total stranger who you know absolutely nothing about. And so your defenses are up. And everybody's defenses are a little lower at a wedding because whatever else is happening, you know that, well, the bride and groom know this person. They invited them to this wedding. They must be okay people. Like, so you add in all those factors along with the decrease in defensiveness that comes with, like, the relatively safe environment that a wedding, in theory, is, since it's, you know, a gathering of the bride and groom's family and friends. It's not a bunch of randos out looking to score at a club. And that, I will say it's true that, and it's not just girls, I mean, it's men too, like, people's inhibitions are noticeably lower Voltag at a wedding than most other places, and I would theorize that that combination of factors is probably why. Oh, you know, this person looks good, and they're not some fucking rando. They know the bride and groom, same as me. Like, the defensiveness is a lot lower compared to pretty much any other environment you're ever going to be in that also has all that alcohol and music and dancing. And that's not even that irrational.
Showing your face was the last mistake you'll ever make.
Yeah, weddings are a lot of fun. The good ones are, anyway. Piece of advice. When you get married, shell out for a good DJ. And make sure the alcohol is bottomless. You can do just wine and beer. People will love you more. People will be happier if you shell out for a full-blown open bar. You don't have to do that. You can just do bottomless wine and beer, which is a lot cheaper. But you better make sure people can get drunk. Those two simple things are the keys to a good reception. Yeah, see, Lone Wonder knows. Oddly enough, that same party I was talking about, I was there with Tiffany at that retirement party a few years ago. And I got aggressively hit on by 4 or 5 women that my dad worked with who were like 10 or 15 years older than me.
Hello. Who's there?
Like one of their in-house attorneys was being gross about it. Well, I say that. I've been to a lot of weddings. So far I've only had one. I don't want to get a lot of experience throwing weddings. It's a bad sign if you get well practiced at that. But I have attended a lot. Because, you know, when I was with, when Tiffany and I were together, she was a wedding photographer for many years, and so I went to a lot of weddings that she was working at. It's not that hard to throw a good one. But if you fuck it up and you throw a bad one, man, bad weddings can be fucking miserable. Alright, it's after 9 o'clock. I'm going to make the same declaration I made last night. I'm good to keep doing this till 9:30. Then, whether we're done or not, whether we find the item or not, I'm going to bed. But the good news is, I'm going to be back streaming tomorrow. I should be able to start even earlier than I did tonight. Gloves of the Caster. Dumb. Warhammer Fracturing. Also dumb. Oh, see, I've never had a bad wedding I've never been to a wedding that went bad because of drama. I've been to a few boring weddings. They got bad because of that. And you know, and there are levels there too, right? Like, I've been to a few weddings where the bride and groom just didn't have any money, and so they couldn't really throw any kind of party at all. And that's okay. Like, you know, those wedding, you know, they were in, like, the common room of their church, and there was, like, a bowl of M&Ms and a bowl of pretzels, and, like, you got it. It was fine. The reception was, like, an hour long. They just had a receiving line, so you could give them their gift, shake their hands, congratulate them, and leave. There was absolutely nothing wrong with that. The shitty ones are the ones where they do have money and they spend it wrong. What the fuck? I got confused. Sorry. See, I've never had big drama at a wedding. I've had a few people get too drunk, but they didn't really ruin it. They ruined it for themselves. They got sick and didn't remember it. I've usually behaved myself pretty... Even when I was drinking big, I usually behaved myself okay at weddings. There's only one time I really got way too drunk at a wedding. There were lots of times I got way too drunk. Only one of them was at a wedding. I mean, let's be clear. I'm not saying I only got too drunk one time. There was only one wedding where I was too drunk. Oh boy, 25 minutes. I mean, I had fun. And I don't think I ruined it for anyone else. Like, I was being loud and annoying, but I didn't start any fights. I didn't get sick on anybody, like nothing that bad. But by the end of the night, I couldn't find my own hotel room. Someone had to walk me back to it. That was a little bad. It's an ironclad rule, though. No matter what wedding you're at, no matter what, somebody will get too drunk. Sometimes it's a dude, sometimes it's a chick. There's always one person who has way too much and embarrasses themselves. I have never been to a wedding where that did not happen. And it's usually only one. It's usually only one. And it's a different person every time. I've never seen the same person repeat. But there's always one. When my brother got married, it was my cousin Megan. Bless her heart. She's 5 years older than me. She should have known better by then, but she didn't. Not that night. Nah, you can't really predict who it's going to be. Because, like, I mean, let's be clear. There are people, there are full-blown alcoholics that somewhere deep down they know that. And so they kind of rein it in at a wedding. Like, I was that person for several years, you know? Like, I knew that if I knew I kind of had to rein it in around all these people I actually knew. Like, I was a much more dangerous drinker around total strangers. Like, that, you know, that night my cousin was... I wasn't 35 yet. Trying to think what year it was. Anyway, point being, it usually surprises you who it is. It's often someone that most of you don't know that well. It's like the wedding where I got way too drunk, like genuinely embarrassingly drunk. It was my sister-in-law's sister's wedding. That we were kind of invited to only because we happened to be geographically nearby anyway. And so, like, the only people at that wedding that I knew were my brother and his wife and his wife's immediate family. So I guess I knew the bride, but not very well. She's my sister-in-law's sister, right? That was my connection. That was the wedding where I went ham, and it was bad. Like, when it's someone closer to you, someone you genuinely care about, you usually know better. I was that guy. I have been that guy. And I know how to spot that guy. Or that girl. Yeah, I was absolutely that guy. Ugh, Sean and Christy's wedding in St. Augustine, Florida. Woo! That guy. Me. I never intend to be that guy again. I've only been that guy the one time. Boy howdy. I was him that night, I tell you what. Ping, 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 ping. Mm-hmm.
You'll ever make.
Don't worry, boys. We'll drop eventually. It's just a question of how long it takes. I have a feeling it's not going to happen before I have to tap out tonight. You never know. You never know. Could happen anytime. I'm just saying. I got the feeling this is where we're going to end in 18 minutes. 17. It's a mood. It hits me. I start counting down the minutes till I get to go to bed. It's like, alright, yeah, we're done. It's actually a pretty remarkable thing about quitting drinking. Among other things, my sleep got a lot more regular. I think that only really happens if you drink too much in the first place. Like, millions of people have totally normal relationships with alcohol. I wasn't one of them. I don't know if I could be someday or not. I don't know that I care to find out. Because what I do know is that these last 2 years of total sobriety have easily been the happiest years of my adult life. Not even close. And I think those two things are obviously causally linked to each other. As they say, why fuck with it if it's working? Which is my personal paraphrase of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, Lone Wonder. I could do that. I haven't. I've been teetotaling since Tiffany and I split up.
Look who we've got.
But, and it's working for me. I don't know if I'll do it forever, but I don't really want to drink. And that feels pretty good to me. It's a funny thing, like, because the headspace I'm in right now, like, if I don't want to drink, then there's no reason to drink. And if I ever start feeling like I want to drink, I'm going to feel like that's probably a problem. No, this one. I talk a lot about being old, but I actually really kind of like the way my life is right now. Like, I like going to bed early. And I like getting up early. I really do. Is that weird? I wonder, since I have absolutely nothing to do tomorrow and I'm about to go to bed, Not early. Well, I don't know. I feel like I should try to bring back an early morning stream sometime. It's like when I was still with Tiffany, you all probably remember. I was working at the law firm in Denver, so I was commuting. So, yeah, I mean, point being, particularly my European fans, you became fans because I was streaming during peak watch hours for y'all. I was streaming, like, from 6 to 7 every morning my time. That's how we got through most of New Vegas. I should try to bring back an early morning stream every now and then. Flamewalker Greaves? Motherfucker! I got the Daedric Greaves with a high level. It's just the wrong enchantment. Boys, I'm calling it. That's as close as we're gonna get tonight. Yeah, I did Skyrim in the morning sometimes. Yeah, no. I don't believe the next 10 minutes are going to bring us another set of high-level enchanted Daedric Greaves that have, this time, the correct one. I'm not sure how many options there are. I mean, I think there's all 3 resists. Fire, Frost, Shock. There's Spell Absorption, which is what we're actually looking for. I don't know how many other things can roll. Battle Axe of Voltage? That's a cool name. See, I don't have a gambling addiction. This is fucking boring to me. Whoa! Dwarven Skin Shield. Fortify block 10 points. See, it's kind of neat just to... The most interesting part of this exercise for me is just kind of seeing the range of enchantments that are available on the loot table as I re-roll over and over and over again. But this is not exciting to me. I would honestly rather be grinding because there is a definitive sense of progress. As repetitive as the task may be, at least when I'm grinding, I am working towards a specific goal and I am always moving towards it. This shit, I'm just rolling dice over and over and over again. I hate RNG. It's such a lazy and terrible loot system. I mean, it looks really silly when I've got my dude micro twerking on top of a bookcase, but at least I'm actually progressing the entire time I'm doing that. There's a finite number of times I have to do it before a definitive goal is actually accomplished. Not so here. Oh, it was painful to see those Flamewalker Greaves, though. Oof! Right in the feels. Hey, Alex, I mean, do what you gotta do, man. 100 acrobatics is worth it. Just saying. Launch! This is 84 acrobatics. Launch! It's pretty fun. Cock push-ups. Yeah, well, one. One is all you need.
Where are you?
Oh yes. I am a fan of Tenacious D. Woot! Ha! No Nut November. Good job, Wisebot. Good ban, Lone Wonder. Wisebot auto times out anything that tries to post a link, I think. Excuse me. Alrighty. Oh, and so we continue. Follows. Oh no. He doesn't actually say that word though. Like the shadow of a ghost. To be fair, it was half my fault because I was always sneaking. But still, dear God, man. Follows Chalk was pretty fucking annoying by the end. Ooh-wee. I've really got the itch to stream a horror game. We'll probably start with Oblivion tomorrow. But, you know, with the same caveat I had with it tonight, like, if it starts taking too long to roll the gear I'm looking for, I reserve the right to switch games. I've got the itch for a horror game. I think I want to play Devotion again, since it's back on storefronts and I won't have to pirate it. Devotion is really good. It's nice and short. I would also like to play the Shadows of Rose DLC for Resident Evil 8. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I will find what I'm looking for, and I'll keep playing Oblivion because it'll be interesting. I'll actually be making progress. It is hard to know. I'm getting sleepy, y'all. It's getting more and more insistent. Oh, don't be sorry. Everyone here loved the Ass Puncher playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. It was epic. Legend of the Ass Puncher shall never die. Nah, man, I like sleep. I like sleeping. It makes me happy.
Who's there?
Shield of Vengeance? It's a paltry 10% reflect damage. See, that's the best you can get outside the Escutcheon of Coral. I don't think I need to tell you the difference between 10% and 35%. It's a lot. They also spelled vengeance wrong. Good job, Bethesda. Alright, everybody, it is 9:30. We are now counting a number of attempts. I will try 5 more times, and then I am ending the stream. Here's number 1. Negative. 4 tries. Negative. 3 tries. Todd, please! Negative. 2 tries. It's alright, we made good progress today. 1 try, final attempt, here we go. Don't lament, we made good progress today. We're at 7 out of 9 pieces of endgame gear, and we even got our first piece of master alchemy apparatus. Well, that was a rather anticlimactic ending, but what are you gonna do? I'm ending for tonight. I don't think anyone I want to raid is online right now. I'll double check, but yeah, that's a no. We're just going to call it an evening. So, tomorrow, going to pick back up. We're going to start with Oblivion. I make no promises about sticking to it if it takes too long to make progress, but I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Like, I had a bunch of chores to do today, you know, kind of the whole end of work week, get your house in order type chores. I have fuck all to do tomorrow. I'm going to target noon to start streaming tomorrow so we can get a good old-fashioned 8 or 9 hour stream in. So I will see you here by my recent standards. I will see you here pretty early tomorrow. Each of you have a lovely evening, and yeah, we'll see you soon. Thanks for being here.